Alright, hello. And I have a different hat I'm wearing this time. It's a Nightmare Before Christmas hat. Little critter from it. So now I'm going to add the chat window to this screen so you all could see. Alright, so here we go. Nice to see everybody. And we have some interesting things we're going to talk about, and as usual I'm going to play a game in the beginning, and then we're going to go into the other stuff that we talk about in a little bit while we wait for people to come, as you can see. So I hope everybody has had a good week, and we have an interesting year ahead of us. And we're talking about the Epstein thing and different stuff in the news and things like that. And as I said, I'm about to do the game while we wait for the others to come. Alright. And people aren't here yet, so nothing's being said. So now we're going to do the game part. Alright, so I'm about to launch the pirate game as we usually play. It's not working. Something with them, it's not my side. Now it looks like it's working now. Alright, so, and I'll talk while I do this. And I am not going to play this the whole time. It's just a part of the time. As you all know that watch this regularly. Now last time during New Year's we had a special where I played a little bit longer. Okay. Alright, so talking about the weather. So my weather was it's been pretty cool weather. Kind of coldish. And basically what I have been doing was some of my friends up north in the Atlantic, towards the Atlantic area, they're by the Atlantic Ocean, more up north. They're going to supposed to have snow, and now what they're going to have is ice rain instead. Hello, stranded lifeform. Good to see you. I hope your week has been going well and you have a good weekend. And now everybody, I'm about to switch over to the other screen where the game is, and we'll talk about the topics and play the game as we usually do before we get into the other stuff. And this screen is all centered. There we go. Okay. Got the pirate right there. I'll move this down here. Here we go. And shout out to Stranded, as I said, and here we go. We're going to go in here. Drink some water before I start talking. And Stranded, this is the character from Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, so basically, as I was talking about the weather, it was very rainy. It's very rainy weather, and down where I am and up north, it's supposed to snow, but it didn't snow up there. And I was watching some different trials and things, because I like to watch the trials and stuff. And, you know, I was doing some things with family and the cats. We were feeding some of the cats earlier, and Stranded said some great suggestions about outside cat houses, and I looked at the videos and they're very, very informative. I'm going to have to repair this ship. Certainly going to have to repair this ship. And also, the Epstein files were released, and other YouTubers have been talking about it. And very interesting things have come out, and many different names of different actors and actresses and famous people and wealthy people. So, in the depositions and stuff. So, like, if someone was mentioned in it, it doesn't mean that they were necessarily doing anything nefarious with Epstein. YouTubers have covered this, and this is what they were saying, and how we, like, say, Trump was mentioned because of some business. I think some people in the comments were saying there's some business over there, but I can't completely confirm about that. But say he was mentioned, but he didn't do anything wrong, or say, like, did you? They were asking the person, did they see or talk to Trump, and they're like, no. So Trump's mentioned, but he had nothing to do with it. They're just mentioning, oh, did you meet him or whatever. So that was some interesting stuff. And Bill Clinton, some things are mentioned about him in it. And Prince Andrew certainly is disgusting what happened with him. And King Charles III is kicking him out of his estate over what he did. And in my opinion, I don't think the guy deleted himself. I think they just didn't want people, they didn't want to expose the stuff that was going on. And I'll read the articles and stuff and get into it as we get further into the stream, as we usually do. And Leonardo DiCaprio was mentioned, or like, say, Epstein talked to him on the phone. Epstein was telling one of the girls, and then Leonardo DiCaprio's representative was saying how he denies ever talking to him. And, like, YouTubers I was watching were saying how just because, people that are these billionaires would know each other and converse with each other. Like, say, people on YouTubers would know each other, things like that. And I would be interested to, to keep learning more about what's going on in it. And I'm glad that the information has come out finally about it. And it's really disgraceful, like with these people doing these horrible things. So remember, there was these other YouTube videos that I saw a long time ago about some people on this other forum website that were talking about people that were connected to it, and they were exposing stuff on the island. And I think that there's very horrible things going on. And I think some YouTubers, I got with this Microsoft, it's called Microsoft Flight Simulator or something. They flew to the island to check it out. And there's like some occultic things going on there. There was like some, people that, died and stuff. It's really, people are capable of doing a lot of horrible things, and it seems like a lot of these elites have nefarious things up their sleeves, and it's good it's coming out and being exposed. And some things, other news in Iran, stuff is going on over there, and there is an attack that happened. Some radicals over there did an attack, and that's where some assassinations and stuff happened. So things over there are heating up, along with all the Middle East in general. And as I said, Iran specifically is having some stuff going on. And 2024 is going to be an interesting year election-wise. All right, and also here we go. Yeah, the connection's fine, and Stranded is kind of a little bit behind. We mentioned that stuff earlier. I was wondering why she wasn't saying anything about the stuff I was talking about. And I have to repeat myself over and over again. It's okay. I like doing that. I was known for that, actually. All right, more. About to go this way. Okay. So just came back when you were, and that's good, Stranded. And she said, been getting colder and frost the windows in the morning. Okay, Stranded. So it's been getting colder where you are and frosting in the morning. Okay, thank you for that update about what's going on with the weather. And did you hear what I was saying about the Epstein stuff? I can repeat it. And I remember, speaking of the weather, I remember seeing the icicles. I think icicles look really cool. And yes, it's a Jack Skellington character. It's that green blob thing. So now I'm gonna attack some ships. Yeah. So anyway, so my thoughts about the Epstein thing. I'm glad that it's been exposed and more stuff is coming out about it. And I like the coverage that I have been seeing from the other YouTubers. And we're gonna get into the articles and stuff about it. Because like people think they get away with stuff, but they get caught. And also, from what I remember about the Epstein thing, I think that the articles I've read also were good at telling information about it. And there's some things that were surprising, and other things that. So I have not read them like the. I've not read the report, but I will do that. But just based off the brief things that I've seen about it. And back to what I was saying about the 2024 election. That's going to be interesting, as I said, because people are had enough of the things that have been going on, and now there's a chance that it'll go, and hopefully everything goes fairly with that. Because I can't believe, like, with Prince Andrew, the stuff that he did, that they allowed him to participate in some of the things for the Queen's funeral. I think that the they waited on to this time period to cut him off, and then we're gonna have this ship, and it couldn't get me because I want to get it instead. I'm gonna take cover. Fire. Ah, good point, Stranded. Good point. And I want to see everything you said because of the heart icon is blocking it, so I'm going to do that so I can see everything. Alright, so that's a good shot. Good shot. Alright, she says, you know who and his son are on the list, but they won't talk about it. Yeah, exactly, Stranded. Very good point. And I think that, like, people... So, and I wonder, like, with the different actors and stuff that were being mentioned, because, like, they were denying that they had any communication with him. So it's like, it's a kind of like a mystery. So it's like, what's going on there with that? And she was, like, saying stuff about, Bill, and that was really cringe, like, what was happening with that. And I think that the people, the numerous people that were on there, that's why I think they, in my opinion, had him deleted, was because they didn't want him exposing all these different things. And what's done in darkness we brought to the light. And it's not worth, them losing their lives and doing something evil over. Because it seems like these people were into some, really weird things. Nothing good. And he's doing great. Doing excellent. So I think that they really can expose Hollywood and anything else potentially, not Hollywood specifically, but they could expose a lot of these things by what they're doing. Yeah, okay, thanks, Mary. So Oogie Boogie is a character on my hat. Also, we have us about to head towards a ship. Rocks. Got that one pretty quickly. Oh, yeah, Mary, you were? Yeah. I dodged that successfully. Yeah, I like how these ships fire. It's pretty cool. And then again, it's like these actors were not, and these different people were not involved with him. Why is he saying that he knew them? Like, what was the? Was he trying to make himself look cool or something? If it wasn't true, you know, are people trying to hide things? And there's a lot of mysteries behind this. I made it into 32 level in the game. We took a hard hit, but at the same time, the enemy got it. Oh yeah, I totally agree, Stranded. That this list, it'll take many people down. I agree. Shout out to Sam helping rebuild the ship because we got hit with something. And remember, there was like so many people with their lives ruined and the stuff that they were doing, and you know the picture like with Prince Andrew, and he's just like smiling there, like you know, entitled jackass in the picture. And also, you know, these people thought they were so clever, and they, you know, they're not gonna get away with this stuff. And no one so far is being like put on trial or anything for this. And basically, I'm glad that in time as these people get exposed, because these people had their lives ruined, and who knows, like what more we would have known, or we will eventually know the information that was going to be known if Epstein was kept alive. And you would think, like, if he knew all this stuff, wouldn't they have put him in a place where he would have been protected himself? He would have been protected by hurting himself, hypothetically, with quotations, or someone else. So they really, in my opinion, were trying to be nefarious about it. And I keep on writing the letter A because I was pressing the wrong button. JS. I am doing good. I had a good day, a good time, and we're having a good time on the stream. I'm glad that you're in chat, and I hope you're doing good as well. Let's see. And tell people thanks and this other thing where I'm at. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, and also, Enstranded said some of the people on the list isn't surprised. Oh yeah, exactly. I agree. A lot of people on the list aren't surprised, and as I said, people that were mentioned in the deposition weren't necessarily doing anything, or they like may have spoken to him or knew him for some reason, which it would be to see like what the reasons were. But it'd be interesting to see how many of these people on the list were involved with something not too good. Because there's a lot of these evil but as I said, but I totally agree. I'm not disagreeing with you, Stranded, at all about the list. Like, it's going to expose a lot of people. And also, so basically, as I was saying, with Epstein, I think that it's absolutely crazy about. I was getting a little bit distracted for a second. It's just so crazy this happened. I'm glad that it was exposed, and I'm going to type something in for a second. All right. Isn't. All right. So, and also, JS, I will certainly also still do thing. I will do like a. There's a request about doing a stream with you. I will do that with you at some point. I'll be interested to do more things with you, JS, like with the streaming stuff. Because Latina was asking me about that, and so tell you like directly, I am at some point. Hello, Essie, and the cat is using the cat box. And also, basically, as I was saying, that so SC, to give you a brief, like, we're going to still talk about the different things and the we're going to look at the articles and stuff so nobody missed anything. But so basically, we're discussing the Epstein situation, and I'm glad that this stuff has finally come out. Skill not yet recharging, and I fired at the wrong thing, like last time. Feel goofy. It's a big Navy ship up there. Wow. Okay, JS. All right. And also, so SE today, they were installing something on this house and my grandparents' house. Some light fixtures like outside, over there and over on the front, and it's been a little while, and they finally got them up, and they're very interesting looking. And also, I have been I've been liking the rain. The rain has been doing good, and watering the plants, and also the cats have been like been acting kind of like goofy a little bit in the rain a little bit, but they're doing good. And I'm not playing the game the entire time. I will go into the articles and things like that, like we usually do. All right, and also Iran. Iran is having some conflicts going on. Whoa, that is a lot of fire and brimstone. It's raining. Remember one time this thing hit me my ship and it like sunk it, and the dude was just like, "They're just annoying. The fire is annoying." I'm like, yeah, it is annoying. Wow, this is a big fight going on over here, chat. Yeah, JS. As far as I know, it's what you were saying, that basically no legal action has been taken, and they're saying about Bill that the woman that was on trial was saying that he liked youngsters. Let's put it that way. So it's really creepy, and we wouldn't be surprised that he would be into that. And as I said, some things are like, say, the woman said, "Did you know Trump, or did you speak to Trump?" And they said no, but it wasn't like Trump did anything. It was just that he was just mentioned. And then Leonardo DiCaprio, they're saying that Epstein talked to Leo on the phone, and Leo denies. His spokesman denied knowing anything about Epstein. So that's, and not necessarily he was doing anything wrong, because people that are these billionaires and stuff, like, one knows the other. So it would have to be put on trial, but as JS is saying, it's not likely a trial would be going on. And we're just going to be kind of floating to repair the ship. And JS, I'm going to read what he said in a moment, right now. Well, I kind of watch what the ship's doing, okay? A lot of names we already know, and a lot of names nobody heard of, because it's a driver, like a driver or a hotel worker that no one knew was going on. Exactly. Thank you. That paraphrased what I was saying. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, we already knew mostly. Thankful for all of you that are watching, listening, and everybody. Glad everybody's here. I appreciate it. But one thing about the rain down here is good, because we're in a drought. Now I do like the drought weather in a certain sense, because I was like able to there was like no like hurricanes, and no like a lot of rain that would cause a problem, so there's some good things about it. Oh, JS. I'll explain where I got my information from. So I was watching another YouTuber talk about the deposition. So I'm talking about the documents, and like, say you went and searched in Google, I mean, in the document for the word Trump, and it doesn't mean that Trump did anything. It's just that during a trial, I'm talking about a trial that happened, deposition, and the they were saying how the woman was saying, "Have you heard of Trump? Like, have you met Trump? Did you know Trump?" That kind of thing. He's not on like a. I'm not too sure about this list. It's not that he's like was on a list of people. That wasn't the point I was making. It was just that he's like, if you looked in the files, like all the in this in the Epstein files, I'll call them. If you type in the word Trump, it'll pop up, but it's not like what you think. So people, well, the reason I'm saying this is people would take this out of context. Like, say, somebody will say, "Oh, Leo and Trump were mentioned," but they're not really didn't do anything wrong. They were just like, "Did you hear or see this person?" That's all they were saying. Like, I'm not too sure about a list of people. It's just a bunch of like testimonies about what happened and information, and then they released, that's what it is. Like, That's all. All right. All right. Okay, JS. And the rain can be stressful. They sunk. They about to sink. Ooh. Darn. They're heating it up a little bit in the game. They're trying to sink me. Yeah, these ships are launching at me. Wow, that's incredible. Ooh. Bounty hunter's coming through. He's not going to make it, though. Get into a position. Where we can fight this thing head on. You're hearing a flag outside rippling. Okay, so that's kind of funny. Okay. He's going to try to hit us, and we're going to go this way. And we have to catapult. We'll catapult. Yep, we got the catapult. We'll catapult forward. Yeah. And I want to mention some things about corn, the plant. This is part of my rant. So I hypothesized because of all the, which we're still talking about this other stuff too, the news and things. When like a little side discussion, like there is this, because I had these gigantic stalks that grow in my yard in the summer of these different tropical plants, and I've had sunflowers that grow up to the sky. So we've seen the corn and how it's kind of smaller looking than the other corn. And I think I said this hypothesis before, but I can confirm completely that the type of corn that you see in farms and or whatever of these gigantic corn stalks, that's called field corn. And it's not eaten by humans raw because it doesn't taste as good. It's processed. And the kind of corn that I was growing that was very small, which is this, I still grow it, of course. It's just, we're in winter right now. It's because of it's called sweet corn, and it's smaller, and it grows kind of quicker. And you could eat it right off the stalk. And it's sweet. So that's the difference between like the field corn and the sweet corn. So my corn was not small, it was not stunted or anything. It was just a different variation of it, and it's nice and sweet. And that's something that I wasn't completely aware of. Maybe some of you weren't completely aware of it, and I'm still reading your chats. I am defeating this stupid, this Epstein bounty hunter right here. Okay. Some of the people was on his plane. Yeah. I remember that being mentioned by other people. And I miss. Alright, we're gonna get it now. But they didn't go on the island, she said. Yeah, well, yeah, that makes sense. That's another good point she made. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to cruise the ship. Can I put it on like an autopilot? Some of the people was on his plane but didn't go to the island. I remember something about DJT borrowed his plane back in the day to go to a meeting before he knew what Epstein was about. Right, Stranded. You see, like people, like like what I was saying before, that people that are these in this bracket of these billionaires and stuff, and say in the smaller scale, the YouTubers, like people at the time that were talking to him may have not have been talking to him at all about anything about the stuff he was doing, the nefarious things he was doing. They were just talking to him about whatever thing he was doing. Like people didn't know, like like say Donald Duck didn't know about what he was doing, in my opinion. Just say, and some other people probably didn't know either. And people didn't really want to be on that thing because it's like, and I'm just saying to not take it out of context, like what Stranded is saying. Yeah, and not JS, SE is saying just heard they flew together from NJ to Florida. That's what rich people share planes. We share Ubers and taxis. Yeah, there you go. All right, so JS is clarifying. The Time article says the only met Trump once in Atlantic City. I think they used his airplane or something. Okay. All kinds of conflicting reports. Yeah, that's why I told you all beware of like propaganda or things being twisted around. Just be careful about that. Looks like the ship's prepared well, and we have a bounty hunter, a gay bounty hunter that's on our tail. We don't want that. So we're gonna go and turn around, and we're gonna fire at this thing. Here we go. Oh, we got hit hard. Yeah, so I'm trying to clarify to everybody that just because somebody is like mentioned in the articles doesn't mean they're doing anything bad. I missed it. Okay, so we're going to twist around, and I'm going to sink this thing. It only has like one life left before it's destroyed. And I can't believe I keep missing. We're going to turn around. Yeah, I'm glad that that ship helped out because I was being spastic. Okay, JS is saying he doesn't trust the Times. It's what he read earlier. Yeah. They may not always lie. Sometimes things are true what they're saying. Sometimes, and a lot of things are false. It's like, you know, a lot of them, like some are true, some are false. Yeah. So like, take everything with a grain of salt. Okay, so JS, the ships that you see that I'm attacking are NPCs, but like the one that's the old widow you see, the old widow, like that one is a gamer, like me. All right, there we go. We have a bunch of bounty hunters and the Navy on our tails. So the ones that I'm attacking are NPCs, and the ones that I'm and the guy up there, That one's another player like me. Telling everybody to take cover in the ship, and it glitched and it didn't. I don't know why it's not letting me fire. Okay, good. You know something goofy, in my opinion, that's goofy. Just speaking of NPCs, I think NFTs are a scam. In my opinion, that was something that was brought up. I remember like a couple of days ago by one of the other influencers. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. It's like a JPEG. People sell for $1 million, but it's not really worth anything. And like the players and stuff will help each other out. It's pretty cool. Yeah, this is an epic battle right here. Yeah, exactly, JS. It's all a scam, yeah. Oh, holy mackerel, I didn't know that I reached that level. I didn't know that. This is news to me, chat. I wasn't even, like, I thought I was not paying attention to the game or something, but it's a chat, but I'm not paying attention to this. I mean, kind of alien, what's going on here? Alien spaceship? Alright, so I'm getting attacked by the entire Royal Navy right now. And we can go probably, let's see. So they knew each other. They lived in Florida. Trump wasn't part of that world. If he was, you best believe it would have came out already. As much as they can stand the guy. Oh, I know Essie. I absolutely totally agree with you wholeheartedly, because he didn't do anything wrong. I'm sure that would have been much easier for them to do than the other things. Exactly. Exactly, Stranded. Because she's like, they'll go and crucify Donald Duck. But these other people, they'll go and believe these other people. The other players must think that I'm like an autistic pirate. No offense, autistic people, of course. And I'm saying it as like a joke to troll myself. God is the greatest. Oh. Alright, so I'm going to go to the safe area. I see Raven's Cove. Yeah, and also I was successful in my conquest, and now I'm going to go dock. So like the Clinton, yeah, he was mentioned in it. That's when I mean Bill, I mean Clinton. That's who I'm talking about. So I know there's a Bill Gates, but I'm talking about Bill Clinton. Even in the fallen state, it could go 17 knots. So I'm talking about Bill Clinton. They're asking her, and she said, you know, in the articles, like she was saying, like she testified that he liked them young. So, like Bill Gates, I've not heard anything about him, which is kind of suspicious in my opinion. And people were like trolling Hillary and were like, "Have you, sis? Have you heard?" So, what's done in darkness is brought to the light. Now, am I tripping? How in the heck? I'm astonished. My mask came back. I thought it was well, well a good job repairing. Well, I got to not type while I'm about to be rammed by a bunch of Karen ships. Oh, shout out to the people that are trying to have my back right now in the game. They're trying to help me go to shore. Facts. All right, I'm gonna tell this dude like, tell him nice help. I'm glad he fixed it. Let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. So one of my friends is logging off in the game. That's why I paused. All right. So, because my friend in the game was asking about the YouTube channel, and the game doesn't let me type in certain things for some reason. So, because it said I was able to type in. Okay, he said he found the channel. All right, because it was alien spaceship sound effects, and rather than vlog, it said R, but it didn't like type in the whole thing. But he was able to find it, Sam. So shout out to Sam, because he's featured on the channel with the game. So, also, I'm going to kind of walk around a little bit, and we're going to get into some of the articles that I'm talking about. And we're going to review this together, all of us here. And Stranded said she thinks that Dr. Frankenstein Fauci is on the list too. Wow. I was just thinking about him the other day. All right. Probably going backwards or something, but all right. So, let's see. You see what's going on here? Yeah, he's going to. I don't think he's watching the stream. He's like going to bed, and he can barely stay awake. But hopefully, on the next one we'll see him. Okay. So I'm going to go. We could go into the next part now. When I'm going to go into the articles. So I'm about to switch to Windows so we could talk about that. Okay. Okay. Here I am. Let's be dark for a moment, and then we're going to have the light. Okay. All right. Here's the moment chat. And there's going to be a lot of information. Okay. So I'll continue on my quest. And we're going to read some articles about this. We'll have a interesting convo about this. So here we go. All right. All A-listers named in a newly unsealed Jeffrey Epstein documents. And we're going to X that window out. All right. Dozens of high-profile names, including royalty, politicians, and famous scientists, appeared in the avalanche of previous sealed court documents related to Jeffrey Epstein that were released late Wednesday and again Thursday. The trove of papers filed in Epstein's accuser, Virginia Giuffre, 2015 defamation suit against dead bleep offender Madam Maxwell. Madam with quotations. The first name, I know I've heard it before, and here we go. Problem. Okay. So something was going on with that, so we're going to switch over to something else here. New window. And let's see. Okay. Alright, so that was. I've been noticing that lately with some of these websites that I was looking at on. It would do that. Not too sure what that's about. Something I'll have to investigate. So, anyway. So, going back again. So basically, to summarize, in the different documents, there is a lot of people, being mentioned that are, a lot of people that are on the list, different fields, scientists, politicians, and things like that. And also, yeah, JS, it happened with some other website I was reading this stuff on that I usually would read often. So I don't know if websites are getting compromised. My computer should be okay. If something like a virus tried to hit it, my computer would be fine, most likely. And if not, easily repaired. So yeah, I don't know what the issue exactly about that is. Something I can look into. So then we can go here. See that this one says. In third batch of Epstein documents, a call from Harvey Weinstein, more famous men, and disquieting details. See if this one does better. This is this one. Alright. So, the third round of documents from a lawsuit connected to Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted bleep who died in jail before he could face trial on federal bleep trafficking charges, was publicly released Friday. Friday's release include over 1,300 pages as of mid-afternoon, and it follows hundreds of pages documents already unsealed on Wednesday and Thursday, with more expected. And unsealed documents are part of the 2015 civil defamation suit brought by Virginia Roberts Giuffre, an American woman who claimed Epstein bleeply abused her as a minor, and Maxwell, Epstein's former girlfriend, added in the abuse. And unsealing this week stems from December 18 court order from the judge overseeing the lawsuit, a response to media's legal efforts to publicly release the documents. Famous friends and acquaintances, a former Jeffrey Epstein employee recounted a litany of famous and influential people, including two former presidents, and Epstein's orbit during a 2009 deposition unsealed on Friday. Juan Alisi told attorneys that he had dinner with former President Trump in the kitchen of Epstein's Palm Beach home, met former President Bill Clinton on Epstein's plane. He also said he met Prince Andrew and his ex-wife Sarah Ferguson at the Palm Beach home, according to the deposition. ASSV also said he met foreign beauty queens and an unnamed winner of the Nobel Peace Prize in chemistry, according to the document. So, this is some interesting information, and it goes with what we were talking about. And I do agree, Strand, it's a distraction because Leonardo DiCaprio was mentioned. So what happened was this woman was asked about Leonardo DiCaprio, and basically he was with her. He was not with her. Not true. Got mixed up for a moment. That Epstein was talking to Leo on the phone. It's like, oh, that was Leo. And then Leonardo DiCaprio spokesperson said it was not true. Other actors and actresses were mentioned, and their spokespeople said that they never met and encountered Jeffrey Epstein. So I think those people should also be mentioned, not just him specifically. And also, as we continue, when asked on Wednesday about the appearance of Clinton's name in an earlier batch of unsealed documents, a Clinton spokesman reiterated on 2019 statement that Clinton had flown on Epstein's private plane, but said Clinton knew nothing of the financier's terrible crimes. In my opinion, I don't believe that. The spokesman said it has now been nearly 20 years since President Clinton last had contact with Epstein. Clinton had not been accused of any crimes or wrongdoings related to Epstein. Now that's surprising that that's true. As he was saying, judges against Trump explains a lot. This isn't the only guy either. He's probably one of several. Exactly. I agree. Trump has now not been accused of any crimes or wrongdoings with regard to Epstein. When asked earlier this week about Trump's name appearing in newly recorded unsealed documents, Trump's spokesman reacted by attacking the media. ASSV also spoke about the young woman who came to the house to give Epstein massages. ASSV answered the question about one female whom he understood to be under the age of 18. Her name was still redacted from the unsealed documents. ASSV said her mother would occasionally accompany her to Epstein's home. Cringe. In terms of payments, everybody got $100 an hour, ASSV said. Famed magician and illusionist David Copperfield is also among the high-profile men identified as a friend of Epstein. Yeah, Stranded, that's a very good point. Right. Copperfield's name is mentioned during the deposition released Friday in one of Epstein's then employees, Sarah Kelling. A lawyer of the plaintiffs asked about Epstein's relationship with the illusionist and whether they recruit girls from each other. The lawyer questioned if Copperfield gives tickets to Epstein for young women when he is performing shows, and if the girls are invited backstage after the show. Very graphic. Want to say graphic warning. Viewer discretion is advised. To all questions, Kelly asserts her Fifth Amendment right and refused to answer the question. Wow, this is a lot of dirty stuff going on here, and the people that are involved in this, and it's tons and tons of people, involved, like with these massages and things, giving them $100 an hour. That's so evil. Yeah, good point, Stranded. Copperfield is also named in a 2016 deposition released Wednesday by a woman who massaged Epstein for years in early 2000s. She said she met the illusionist in a dinner at Epstein's Palm Beach residence and testified it was her obs- observation of the two were friends. Joanna Soberg testified in deposition that Copperfield performed magic tricks while he was at the Palm Beach house and asked her what she knew about Epstein's methods for procuring girls to work for him. Quote, he questioned me if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls, Soberg said. Now, this is a large trafficking situation. I've studied a lot about criminology, and this is certainly a large, trafficking situation. Wow, it's really, it's to see this being revealed is quite incredible. She also said there was another girl at the house that seemed young at a dinner that included Copperfield. She recalled thinking at the time that the girl could have been high school. CNN has reached out to representatives of Copperfield for comment. The name of the disgrace movie mogul Harvey Weinstein appears in a 2005 handwritten note left for Epstein as well. The handwritten note, dated March 1st, 2005, appeared to be a telephone message left for Epstein that Weinstein attempted to call Epstein that morning. She had the phone, Mr. Harvey Weinstein. The message reads it was to conclude among nearly 200 written phone messages. And here's like a document. It says she had on the phone Mr. Harvey Weinstein. Brad Edwards Gouffre's lawyer at one point wrote a book titled Relentless Pursuit: My Fight with the Victims of Jeffrey Epstein, released in 2020, in which discusses Weinstein's involvement in the Epstein world. Edwards wrote that Epstein told a victim he would introduce her to Weinstein, and another expert, Edwards wrote, Epstein ended his relationship with Weinstein after he acted too aggressively with one of the favorite girls. That's really creepy. There is no implication of wrongdoing by Weinstein in connection to Epstein in the documents. And this, from the people, CNN has reached out to an attorney for Weinstein. Weinstein, 71, remains in prison after being convicted on bleep crimes charges in New York and California linked to allegations that he used his influence to lure women into private meetings and did horrible things to them, and then he silenced any accusations. Exactly. Stranded says stuff was coming out Weinstein before shit hit the fan. Disquieting documents. In a newly unsealed excerpt from the deposition of accusers Nadia Makrinova, attorney David Yerma asks Markinova, were you with Jeffrey Epstein on the birthday when one of his friends sent him to 3 12-year-olds for the purpose of Epstein to do abusive things? He then asks these 3 12-year-olds were from France. This is really disgusting, really evil. And you know what's going on here. Were they sent on his birthday by Jean Brussenil or by somebody else? Markinova invoked the Fifth Amendment to ask amendment to that question, and throughout her deposition, which includes multiple still redacted names. So, you see, because that's what a lot of the documents consist of. This woman, you know, being questioned about various things and stuff like that, and that is like, so somebody being shown up on this list doesn't mean that they're up to something. So that's why this is, you know, going on. That basically throughout this thing you're going to see stuff like this. Brunel, a French modeling scout, died in jail cell in 2022 while under investigation by French authorities for his ties to Epstein. So more people are dying, you know, before they can testify. That's interesting. Virginia Gouffre has also recounted the story of the 12-year-olds being sent to Epstein in her own court depositions. Previous document releases include information about Epstein's associates and accusers, though much of the information had previously been reported by various media outlets or released through other court proceedings. Gouffre and Maxwell settled their civil suit in 2017 by some court documents renamed sealed until now. Most of the documents from the suit were unsealed in 2019, one day before Epstein died by deleting himself in jail. Epstein was indicted in 2019, and Stranded says pronunciation of what something I said before was Godfrey. Or Godfrey. Okay, thanks, Stranded. Epstein was indicted in 2019 on federal charges of operating a bleep trafficking ring, which allegedly bleeply abused dozens of young girls. Epstein was deleted in jail while awaiting trial. Prosecutors in New York indicted Maxwell on bleep trafficking charges involving multiple victims, which she was convicted in 2021. So that's really, you know, so that's some information about it. So basically, we have this situation about, you know, that's some, you know, summary about what's going on. And then we're going to try this one. Let's see. Let's talk about Epstein and Prince Andrew. Thanks, Stranded. And let's see how these websites work. Hopefully they work. They've been getting a lot of traffic, and I'm sure there's, you know, maybe hackers and stuff trying to hijack websites and put stuff in them. It's likely they're getting a lot of traffic, and they're going down. So, you know, CNN worked. So let's see if The Guardian worked. It worked earlier. All right. Prince Andrew Clinton hawking what do the documents say about people? So this is a cringe photo of the creepy prince with the Virginia. Cringe. Alright, so a torrent of court records relating to the child bleep offender and disgraced the financer. So Jeffrey was a financer, of course. A financer, Jeffrey Epstein, were released this week after the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York ordered the unsealing of the defendant and plaintiff files. It began on Wednesday with nearly 1,000 pages filed as part of the 2015 lawsuit against Epstein's close friend Maxwell. Her first name, I don't know how to pronounce it. Gish Lane, Lene, or whatever. I don't know. Y'all could help me out with that. And I don't think she's gone to trial, but I'll look it up. By one of his victims, Virginia Giuffre, the disclosures will continue on rolling basis until completed. Highly anticipated were the names of Epstein's associates who had previously been anonymous using variations of J-Doe. These include U.S. President Bill Clinton, late pop star Michael Jackson, and magician David Copperfield and Prince Andrew. There were a few surprises that most names had previously emerged during the years of legal cases over Epstein's conduct. Many others were just mentioned in passing with no suggestion they had done anything wrong. So what did the documents tell? Thanks, Stranded. Thanks for letting me know. The computer I have, I don't want to jinx myself like the people on the Titanic did, or the Titan, but this one, on this computer I have, unless there is some specific virus or malware specifically made for this machine, it won't get any viruses or malware. So, like, unless we swipe a giant iceberg and open up a big gap in the ship, this will be okay. But thank you, Stranded, and I'll be on guard. We don't want to be like the people in the Titanic or Stockton Rush that gets themselves in a bad situation, like when they think they're invincible, because no one is. Alright. So, there are a few surprises. Names had previously emerged during the years of legal cases over Epstein's conduct. Many others were just mentioned in passing. Like I told you all earlier, and what JS was saying, and Chad as well, that just some people are just mentioned passing through, just people that had nothing to do with anything, which no suggestion they had done anything wrong. Oh yeah, Stranded. And he was very creepy, in my opinion, and like, I was talking to y'all about auras. That guy was really, like, his eyes, his stare was really, something was not right about him. Like, I think one of my friends, the one that I talked about aliens and stuff with, said that, when people sell their souls, like the spiritual stuff, bad things can happen. And also, so I'm continuing. So what did the documents tell? The most interesting details came from excerpts of the deposition involving Giuffre, who claimed that Epstein and Maxwell forced her into a bleeple encounter with Prince Andrew at age of 17 and Joanna Soberg, whom Maxwell allegedly procured for the purpose of performing bleep acts on Epstein. Prince Andrew document contains allegations that Epstein forced a woman named only as Jane Doe 3 to have bleep relations with Prince Andrew when she was a minor at Maxwell's flat in London, in New York, and on the Epstein's private plane in the U.S. Virgin Islands in a bleep with numerous other underage individuals. This claim was contained in the unsealed motion for 2015 by the two women named only as Jane Doe 3 and Jane Doe 4, and separate record of deposition by Maxwell asked about Andrew visiting Epstein's private island, Little St. James, said she could only remember one occasion when he was there. Shout out to Stranded. She says, the people screaming the loudest and pointing the fingers at others, I would say, are the guilty ones. Exactly. I totally agree with that, and that's an analogy that I agree with, and that is being applied in this situation. Of course, I totally agree. You know, because it's like people are saying, oh, it's them, it's them, it's them. It's like you're pointing at them, but all these fingers are pointing at you, and those people are trying to suppress the thing they did. Right. This claim was contained in an unsealed motion from 2015 by two women named only Jane Doe 3 and Jane Doe 4, and separate record of a deposition by Maxwell asked about Andrew visiting Epstein's private island, Little St. James. It's cringe that you would want to name something after a saint and do evil things there. Said Island, Little St. James, and said she could only remember the occasion when he was there. Yeah, projection. Right, SE, projection. There you go. They're projecting. When asked if there were any girls on the island at the time, Maxwell, now serving 20 years in jail for conspiring with Epstein to bleep abuse minors, said there were no girls on the island at all, no girls, no women, other than the staff who worked at the house. And in 2021, Gouffre sued Prince Andrew over the alleged bleep assaults on 3 occasions when she was 17, leading to the speculation that Jane Doe 3 is Gouffre. The suit was settled in early 2020. Andrew has always strenuously denied any wrongdoings. And King Charles III has evicted him and kicked him out of his mansion. Another deposition includes Soberg's account of allegedly meeting Andrew at Epstein's New York home and him touching her bleep. Maxwell got out a puppet of Andrew she kept in a closet. I just remember... What? This is absurd. Quote, I just remember someone suggesting a photo and they told us to get on the couch, Soberg said. And so Andrew and Virginia sat on the couch and they put the puppet on her lap, and so then she sat on Andrew's lap and believe her own violation, and they took the puppet's hand and put it on Virginia's bleep, and so Andrew put his on her. You see, this is disgusting, and I'm glad that the king evicted him, and they should have done that a long time ago, actually. Like, it was really cringe, like, at the queen's funeral that this dude was there participating. He should have been, like, you know, incinerated or something. About to read the chat. Plus, Oprah had That's school in Africa where a bunch of girls went missing, and Oprah is in the list. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Stranded, it equals 4. Shout out to Stranded and chat, all of you, as well. Good job, Stranded. Buckingham Palace previously said her allegations were categorically untrue. Alleged details about Andrew's time at Epstein's Florida home emerged in a third tranche of files released on Friday evening. In a video deposition from 2009, Epstein's former housekeeper, Juan Alisi, said the Duke of York had daily massages. Asked if it was sometimes more than one day, Alisi said, I can't remember if he had more than one, but I think it was just a massage for him. So Maxwell. And Essie says to Mary that she did have a trial. So Maxwell's panic of being lost in a U.S. legal nightmare, is laid bare to an email of her lawyers in 2015, in which she says, I am out of my depth to understanding defamation and other legal hazards. I have never been in suit, criminal or civil, and I want it to stay that way. She tells her lawyers she is worried about more questions. What is my relationship to Clinton and Andrew? On and on. She signs off. Let's rest it till Monday. I need headspace. In an interview under the oath in April 2016, Maxwell was questioned on whether she introduced the Duke to Goufferet in London, which she denied. I understand her story about London, but again, her tissue of lies is extremely hard to pick apart. What is true, what isn't? She said, actually, I wouldn't recollect her at all, but for her tissue stories about the situation, so it looks like some, gaslighting stuff's going on, maybe, and also it's like people like to go in denial about stuff, and what Stranded was saying and Essie were saying, it's projection. So that is the situation with that. And Bill Clinton, a May 2016 document details the testimony of Soberg, who mentions the former U.S. president. Soberg has said she was forced to perform bleep acts on Epstein, being naked for a quarter half of all massages. Soberg testified that Epstein said one time that Clinton likes them young. That's what I was saying earlier, that Clinton likes them young. Referring to girls, Clinton has staunchly denied any wrongdoing or knowledge of Epstein's crimes. And also, cool. Basically, the thing, like I was explaining earlier, is that Trump himself didn't have anything to do with these situations. He's not on this list that he did anything wrong. I think the news would have figured this out already, because they have been trying to get him for something that he did, or this or that. So I think that would have came out already. It's just people that are in these billionaire brackets. Cole, or like one knows the other, and he was a financer, so they knew him for some other reason. But Trump, and other people that are mentioned, like some actors and famous people, other famous people, and scientists, politicians, those people are not necessarily did anything wrong. It's just they were associated. They were on the same plane as him, or in the same restaurant as him, or something, or talked to him on the phone. So, and I think, in my opinion, the Trump thing, it may be a distraction, because Trump was was a businessman, and he was in that field. Biden, he was a politician in Washington. So if Biden was also in the billionaire bracket of these business people, he would have perhaps encountered him. So, say people on YouTube, the different YouTubers may have heard or kind of know each other somewhat, but they're not necessarily doing stuff together like that. So, it's, in my opinion, the news could take things out of context. I definitely think if Trump did something, it would have come out already, in my opinion. And that was a good question, Cole, to ask. And also, in the second tranche of court documents in 2011 from Gouffre to Sharon Churcher, a Mail on Sunday journalist, raised concerns about forthcoming magazine article in VF, possibly Vanity Fair. Gouffre alleged in the email to Churcher that B. Clinton walked into VF and threatened them to write a bleep trafficking article about his good friend J.E. And also, so basically, in the situation, it seems like, they're being threatened to make an article about these situations and expose them. So it seems like these people were in a situation where left and right they could be exposed because these people thought they were like gods, or they could be exposed. So I think that absolutely they were caught and exposed. They thought they weren't, and we're about to get about Trump is mentioned in this article. I'm about to get to it, and Stephen Hawking is mentioned, and I'm about to get to David Copperfield and Michael Jackson. And so, here we go. And SC, that's a good question about the sniffer in chief. All right. All right. So, I'm gonna drink some water. David Copperfield and Michael Jackson. And as I said, Trump's on the list, and we'll explain Trump's mentioning it. So, Soberg said she met Michael Jackson, of course, I'm not surprised, at Epstein's Palm Beach mansion in Copperfield, who she said was friend of Epstein's. Asked whether she massaged Jackson, Soberg said no. She said, I did not. Regarding Copperfield, Soberg said he attended dinner at one of Epstein's homes and did some magic tricks. Cringe. Did Copperfield ever discuss Jeffrey's involvement with young girls with you? She was asked. Her question, he questioned me if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls. She said, did he say whether they were teenagers or anything along those lines? She was asked. She replied he did not. So this was some interrogation about Copperfield and Michael Jackson. Now we're getting to the part we all been waiting for about Trump. His mentioned in this. And so I'll get to that, then I'll get back to you all, chat. In Soberg's deposition, she said she was filing... This is about Donald Trump. In Soberg's deposition, she said she was flying with Epstein and Gouffre when they went to one of Trump's casinos in Atlantic City. Because a storm meant their plane had been diverted from New York City to Teterboro. I probably said that wrong. Teterboro Airport. Jeffrey said, great, we'll catch up. Trump and we'll go to the casino, she said. Soberg said she never gave Trump a massage. And, like situations like that, like they shared a plane or they went to this place, they encountered him. Like, say you're going to a hotel and you happen to encounter me or somebody, and just were like hello, or they had to go here because of the weather or something, things like that. And she said Trump was not given a massage or anything. So that's what was mentioned about Trump and Stephen Hawking, which I found interesting. And another thing, everybody, is that it was mentioned here that they use Gmail to exchange all these emails, and like another YouTuber, Mudahar, was saying about how they were these people were they could have made their own email server or had one built, but they used Gmail of all things. So it's easy to detect all this. So Stephen Hawking, the name of the late Cambridge physicist was included in a 2015 email, which Epstein told Maxwell to offer a reward to any of Gilfrey friends' acquaintances. And family who could prove false an allegation that Hawking had participated in an undergo bleep in the Virgin Islands. Hawking, who died in 2018, has not been accused of a crime related to Epstein. Stranded, this is The Guardian. And Cole Buzzkill says, if he gets convicted on the RICO charge, that's minimum 5 years in prison. Okay. Thanks for information, Cole. JS says, not the same night, but another time. 46 has been heard. He didn't want to smoke. Oh, yeah, because he's been sniffing them. Yeah, Essie. We've all seen that of him sniffing. Yeah, and about he's like a cockroach and they're on his legs. I remember that too. Right. And Bill Clinton, it's like we wouldn't be surprised something would come out about him. And let's see, Prince Andrew kicked out, and let's see if this website works, because some websites are having some problems. And let's go to news. Yeah, it's China. Right. Daily Mail. Alright, so I'm going to go to this other website, Daily Mail. Hopefully this works and doesn't do what the other ones were doing. Alright, exclusive. Prince Andrew will never return to the royal fold and will be forced out of the royal lodge after documents relating to the allegations detailing bleep assault allegations crystallizes King Charles' determination to act. A lot of ads. Alright. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, so there was too many ads in that one. It was causing the signal to go down a little bit. Alright, this will be another one from The Guardian. Alright? And okay, so Met reacts call to investigate Prince Andrew after release of Epstein files. Alright, so I'm back. The other site, it was had too many ads on it. It was causing the signal to go down. I was watching the gears. Alright. The Metropolitan Police has rejected calls to launch an investigation into Prince Andrew after the release of court documents relating to late child bleep offender Jeffrey Epstein. Accusations against Prince Andrew, including allegedly roping women's bleep during an encounter involving a puppet version of the prince, claims that he bleep assaulted Virginia Godfrey when she was 17, and were given a new airing of the unsealing of 1,200 pages by the U.S. court. The Duke of York has consistently denied any wrongdoing. Scotland Yard said it would not investigate the documents and suggested they did not contain new information. The documents, unsealed in 2 batches by Judge Loretta Pershka, identified numerous Epstein associates, including Andrew mentioned in proceedings of a case Gouffre filed against Maxwell in 2015. In a statement, the Met said, "We are aware of the release of court documents in relation to Jeffrey Epstein, as with any matter. Should new and relevant information brought to our attention, we will assess it. No investigation has been launched. The campaign group Republic, which reported Prince Andrew to the police on Thursday after the release of documents, said it was dismayed by the Met's decision." Thank you, Stranded. Its chief executive, Graham Smith, said it's appalling. There are clearly groups for investigation. Epstein was convicted. Maxwell was convicted. The evidence is that Andrew was involved. Clearly, they would investigate this if it was anyone else. In one newly unsealed witness statement, Joanna Soberg claimed Andrew grabbed her inappropriately at Epstein's house in New York in 2001 when she was age 20, with Maxwell and Gouffre also present. Thanks, Mary. In another filing, woman named Jane Doe 3, who is believed to be Gouffre, alleges she was forced to have bleep relations with the prince when she was a minor in 3 separate geographical locations in London at Maxwell Ghislaine Maxwell, I guess how you say the name, apartment in New York, and Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, a bleep with numerous underage girls. Smith said there is some new detail in these documents, and there are new accusations. For example, the alleged underage bleep on Epstein's island. I believe that bleep offenses committed overseas can prosecuted, I should know that, in the UK. There has always been grounds for serious investigation. Police haven't done that. There needs to be questions asked as to why they aren't investigating this, given the significance of the accusations and the fact that Maxwell has already been convicted for related offenses. The Duke stepped down from public life after the furore over his friendship with Epstein and settled the sex bleep assault case filed against him by Gouffre for an undisclosed sum. So, this guy is really a creep, this prince. He really is. And reading about the puppet and the things that he did, and I'm sure he thought he was cool and that he was going to get away with it, but no. Things done in darkness will come to the light. And, well, as I said, one thing that I'm glad about is that the king evicted him from his home, so he can't live with comfort. And so that was a noble act. But besides that, it's unfortunate if nothing happens. It just shows you, SC, in my opinion, SC, I feel it shows corruption that, if nothing happens to any of these people, it shows corruption. He was cast out of the working monarch and no longer uses his HRH style after Gouffre, who was trafficked by Epstein, accused him of bleep assaulting her when she was 17. Buckingham Palace declined to comment on the documents as Andrew is no longer a working royal. In previous statement about links to Epstein, the palace said Andrew deplores the exploitation of any human being and the suggestion he would condone, participate in, or encourage any such behavior is abhorrent. So far, 59 out of 250 documents have been released in connection with the case. Hey, Anthony. Shout out to Anthony. Glad that you're here. I was saying about you earlier. And Cole, I understand what you're saying from your perspective, and I think, from what I've seen, Hillary felt that way when she lost, and a lot of the people on the Democrat side accused the Republican side of being dishonest with the elections. So the opinion is that there's something that, say if he did lose fair and square, he feels that it did not go honestly. And if we look at the some of the statistics about the different states and stuff, it seems kind of strange or odd. But say that he did win, Joe Brandon did win, and to me it seems kind of far-fetched for people so that Joe Brandon got Biden that got more votes than Obama did when he ran. So, he got more people than Obama did. I don't know, to me, it's hard to believe. But let's just say, it did happen fair and square. I think people now, with the high inflation that's going on, and a lot of people losing their jobs and stuff, I think people would feel differently this time, Cole, about their decision. And a lot of the stuff that's going on, in the country, besides that, in Germany, there is high inflation a long time ago and stuff like that. So I think that people would be regretting the decisions. That's my opinion about it, Cole. And I like seeing your opinion and your thoughts about it. I like the conversation. You have very good questions and statements. All right, so King Charles. And all different opinions are allowed here. People could have different opinions about whatever. That's fine. I like the different ideas and stuff. All right, Prince Andrew evicted. The disgraced prince is back in the news due to unsealed documents pertaining to Epstein, and the king is reportedly muling a new solution to his Andrew problem. Now let's see if this works. This website works. Alright, so Jeffrey Epstein lists Prince Andrew reported to Metropolitan Police may be evicted. The panelists can't ignore it. This isn't going away. King Charles may expel Prince Andrew from royal family following release new documents. Prince Andrew is mentioned in recently unsettling U.S. court documents that talk about many people connected to Jeffrey Epstein, a wealthy American convicted of serious crimes, according to reports. The 63-year-old Duke of York, who is often associated with the scandals like Lingering Shadow, is now accused of being involved in underage bleep on Jeffrey Epstein's island, as mentioned in the recent court documents. However, this time the Daily Mail has described it as the ultimate blow for Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew reported to police. As per the Times, a report about... Alright, so we have another situation going on here, so... Basically, that didn't work. Again, so that one seems to be having some problems. And so, basically, the point is that he may be evicted from his mansion by the king over what happened. Look at some pictures of it. This one's saying that Charles evicts disgraced prince from Buckingham Palace. Yeah, just complete cringe. Let's see, does this one work? No, we don't want to do that. Alright, 5 hours ago, King Charles finally evicts Prince Andrew after Jeffrey Epstein docs. Let's see. Is Prince Andrew really going to have consequences for his alleged participation in the Jeffrey Epstein thing? You haven't seen the recent pile of unredacted legal documents related to Epstein, including the allegations by other victims, in addition to the previously known Virginia Giuffre. This one, as Jane Doe says, she was forced by Epstein to have bleep with Andrew. I don't see, is he going to be evicted? Well, maybe this home, at the very least, could be taken from him. So his home may be taken from him. Royal sources told Daily Mail in the wake of the new allegations that the publication of these allegations have served to crystallize King Charles' determination to once and for all deal with the Andrew problem. Okay, Stranded, good night. Thank you so much for coming. So, King Charles from Daily Mail is going to evict him. In the wake of his new allegations, that the publication of these allegations has served to crystallize King Charles' determination to once and for all deal with the Andrew problem. That sounds scarier than it is. Andrew was already removed from the royal life, as a source noted. When it comes to any public role for his brother, there is no way back. There has always been an argument, an agreement that Andrew would be permitted to attend private and family events as his right, but not public or official ones. That has not changed. But he has still gotten to stay in the Royal Lodge, a 10-bedroom home in Windsor. The historic mansion, part of the Crown Estate, was leased to Andrew back in 2003. That was meant to last 75 years, but source now says King Charles III is looking to send his brother packing over 5 decades early. Andrew is still family, so he'll still get a home, just a slightly less impressive Frogmore Cottage. You know, where Prince Harry and Meghan Markle lived until they Mexited. Per the sources, Charles had been trying to nudge his little brother to move to Frogmore, but he's resisted so far. Unruly tenant. However, with his new ammo, the king is done. He's ready to forcibly evict Andrew from the more prestigious grounds and into a haunted manse. The insider explained that Charles had been forced by the latest. Yes, Anthony, Meghan Markle. Whether this is true and how hard Charles will push, we'll just have to wait and see. For now, we have no word from the palace on consequences for Andrew. Katie Nicole passed along to ET Thursday. This website works fine. We've reached out to Palace for comment today, January 4, 2024, and their line is simple one. And it's the same one as been for some years now, which is the last Prince Andrew is now no longer a working member of the royal family. Therefore, it is not Buckingham Palace's responsibility to comment on his behalf. Interesting. All we have to go on is whispers from within the palace walls. But it's certainly understandable Charles would want Andrew and his problems to disappear. What you think he'll do? Yeah, so it looks like Prince Andrew's days are numbered for the creepy stuff he was doing. Yeah, so that's him in the royal outfit. Okay. So, see Leonardo DiCaprio. So these are the actors I'm talking about. While Jeffrey Epstein counted many rich and powerful men among his associates, including Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, a court document released on Wednesday suggested the late financier so craved proximity to celebrity that he made Sir Cyprius boast about the relationships with Hollywood A-listers. Joanna Soberg, an accuser of the late bleep offender and financier, claimed in a deposition that he liked to talk about knowing movie stars such as Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Blanchett, and that these statements appeared to come across as flimsy braggadocio. Yeah. A lawyer asked Soberg, "I saw one press report that said you had met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio." She said, "I did not meet them. I did not meet them. No." She replied, "When I spoke about them, it was when I was messaging him, Epstein, and he would get off. He would be on the phone a lot at that time. And one time he said, 'Oh, that was Leonardo, or that was Kate Blanchett, or Bruce Willis,' that kind of thing. Like, oh, I talked to this person, I'm cool." That's like what he was like. That's what I was trying to say, earlier about that. So, name dropping, the lawyer pressed. Soberg replied, "Yes. So you had not met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio?" She said, "I have not." Soberg said, under the further questioning, "Would you remember if you had?" "I would hope I would remember," she said. "What about Cameron Diaz?" the lawyer pressed. "No." Representative for Leonardo DiCaprio denied any calls between him and Epstein. A representative for Diaz said Cameron never met Jeffrey Epstein, nor was she ever in the same place as him or had any association with him whatsoever, regardless of the fact that he may or may not have mentioned her name or implied that he knew her. A representative for Blanchett said that she had never met nor had any calls with Epstein. Representatives for Willis did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The deposition was part of Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, a defamation lawsuit against Maxwell, who was convicted of bleep trafficking related to the abuse of youngsters by Epstein. Maxwell met Epstein in the summer of '91 after she moved to New York around the time her father purchased the New York Daily News. Soberg said the British publishing heiress lured her into Epstein's dark web, while Giuffre settled her lawsuit against Maxwell in 2017. Trances of long sealed documents, and the case had been unsealed over the past several years. Their release stemmed from Miami Harland, and other media organizations' efforts to make public the filings. The documents' discussion of Epstein's ties to high-profile figures largely reiterate what has already been reported about his cronies, and shed some light on how he wanted to leverage connections. In one document, Epstein told Maxwell to invoke some prominent figures as defense against Gouffre allegations of wrongdoing. Epstein suggested that interaction with late famous British theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking could help clear for her. Went down, so Stephen Hawking could help clear her. For example, Hawking went to dinner on Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands in 2006 after participating in a conference on neighboring island. Per prior reports, you can issue a reward to any Virginia's Fields acquaintance family that come forward and help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner and the new version of the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking, Patricia Ted, and an underage bleep. Epstein said in an email, Maxwell, while Epstein's proclamations about some celebrities appear questionable, he did not associate with numerous entertainers. Soberg's deposition claimed that the late pop star Michael Jackson was in Epstein's Palm Beach mansion and that she met famed illusionist David Copperfield at one of Epstein's homes. Did you ever meet anybody famous when you were with Jeffrey? Soberg was asked. I met Michael Jackson, she said, at Epstein's house in Palm Beach. She responded, according to the court documents referring to Epstein's estate in the exclusive South Florida city. Soberg said, I did not. When asked whether she gave Jackson a massage, Soberg said that Copperfield attended dinner and she did magic tricks. Did you observe David Copperfield to be friend of Jeffrey Epstein? She was asked. Soberg replied in the affirmative. Did Copperfield ever discuss Jeffrey's involvement with young girls with you? She was asked. He questioned me if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls, Soberg said. Copperfield, she said in a deposition, did not tell her anything more specific related to that matter. Did he say whether they were teenagers or anything along those lines? She was asked. He did not. Reported pretending the documents released indicated that actors Kevin Spacey and comedian Chris Tucker traveled with Epstein on his private plane toward Africa. Like Shannon was mentioning earlier about the Africa thing with Oprah, the Oprah thing, in Africa. So that's interesting that they went to Africa. There he is. So it's good it's all being exposed, and that's, good that that situation's finally coming to light. And we'll see what happens, see if anybody gets prosecuted or anything. Alright, let's see what else is on the list. Alright, Iran. Alright, so we're going to talk about Iran. And I'll be covering the Epstein thing as more information about it comes out. Alright. Deadly blasts have rattled Iran as accusations fly. Here's what to know. So, I remember I was being told that there was some more things going on in Iran. I looked it up, and there are some stuff going on over there. Yep, Anthony. Yep. I agree. It's cringe. So, ISIS has claimed responsibility for the deadliest attack in Iran since 1979, and this was updated. This is January 4, 2024. So it seems that, because I've been thinking that ISIS and Al Qaeda have been very quiet lately, and I was just thinking about that like a month ago, like last month, and here we go. And here you go that even Muslims get attacked by these people. They attack other Muslims. So these extremist groups, they'll attack everybody. I don't know a lot about David Copperfield. I've heard of him, but yes, Mary, I agree. It makes sense. I understand. So, ISIS has claimed responsibility for the deadliest attack in Iran since its 1979 Islamic Revolution, which has shaken the Islamic Republic and led to angry calls for vengeance. On Wednesday, at least 84 people were killed and 284 others injured in the Iranian city of Kerman after twin blasts near the burial site of slain military commander Qassam Soleimani. ISIS said Thursday that two bombers who were brothers had detonated their explosive vests at Shiite mourners gathered for the 4th anniversary of Soleimani's assassination. Kevin Spacey. Okay, Mary, thank you. So we have ISIS doing an attack right when the anniversary of Soleimani happened. The claim punctuates a tense few days of uncertainty as speculations mounted on whether Israel's war with Gaza would spread to other parts of the Middle East, potentially drawing in regional powers in the United States. Here's what we know about the attacks in the Kremlin. Not in the Kremlin, in Kerman. What did ISIS say? ISIS media wing Al-Furqan issued a statement titled, "And kill them," well, I could rather, preferable for me to say, "and delete them wherever you find them," on Thursday as claimed responsibility for the twin blasts. They said two brothers who they named set off towards a gathering of polytheists near the grave of their dead leader, Qassam Soleimani, and detonated their explosive vests. Wow. This just happened on the 4th. They also warned the polytheists that the Mujahideen, rather, are lying in wait for them in their projects. Islamic State considers Shia branch of Islam to be a heretical and has targeted shrines and religious sites in Iran previously. Chat, y'all can talk about the other topic. That's good. That's fine. We're talking about both. And like, for a second, so I've completed the part of the article where I talk about them deleting themselves, and the group offered no further proof in their accounts. A blast differs from the given Iranian media. The death toll provided by ISIS was also significantly higher than that reported by Iran officials. So, now, before I get to what Iranian officials saying, I'm going to say, Mary says, wasn't Epstein being watched 24/7? I bet there is video of what really happened to him. We'll never see that. I know you moved on to another topic. Yeah, I think they wanted him deleted. I think it's the other way around. Like, it's just very suspicious how he would just kill himself. How he would delete himself, rather. Anthony. Oh, someone made someone go somewhere somehow. Yeah, Essie's like, all of a sudden, all the cameras malfunction in the jail exact same time. Exactly, Essie. That's so convenient and suspicious that all that happened all at once. That when he goes to delete himself, that happens. Because I certainly think they didn't want him exposing more people and causing people to have, their lives ruined. Because those people, like, to figure out who suppresses you, figure out those who can't criticize, and, like, they didn't want him telling the truth because they knew that he would know too much. And going back to this Iranian thing, what are Iranian officials saying? The first explosion was caused by a bomb placed in a suitcase in a car and appeared to be detonated remotely. Iranian state television reported the second, more deadly blast took place 20 minutes later when people came to help the injured. No one claimed responsibility for the attack for more than 24 hours, during which time Iranian officials were quick to blame Israel and said it will pay for it. So Iran thought it was Israel attacking them, but it was really just ISIS. This came out of nowhere again. On Wednesday, the Israeli military told CNN it had no comment on the explosions. Israel does not usually respond to allegations that it carried out on operations against Iranian interests. Also on Wednesday, U.S. State Department spokesperson Matt Miller told reporters the department had no reason to believe that Israel was involved. Some Iranian figures were skeptical. Washington says USA and Israel had no role in the attack in Kerman, Iran. Really? Mohammed Jaz Mashadi Rasai's deputy chief of staff for political affairs wrote on Twitter. Iran and Israel are bitter enemies. Iran backs anti-Israel groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, while Israel has vowed to prevent Tehran from getting nuclear bombs and has accused Iran of carrying out attacks to dispute its nuclear program. Anthony said Copperfield did it. On Thursday, U.S. Department spokesperson Matt Miller said the U.S. was aware of reports that ISIS had claimed responsibility, but said he was not ready to offer formal assessment. He added that this attack does bear all hallmarks of an ISIS attack, reiterating the other U.S. officials. Iran has yet to respond to ISIS' claim of Thursday, but both Iran's official state news agency IRNA as well as English-language state media outlet Press TV reported on ISIS claims of responsibility. Does Iran have many adversities? ISIS is one of the several adversaries the Islamic Republic has aside from Israel. These include Iranian opposition and separatist groups inside the country and out. It faces separatist movements in the Sistan Balochistan province. It borders Pakistan, as well as Arab separatists in Ahvaz province that borders Iraq, both which have alleged to have carried out the attacks in the country in recent years. So this is something that ISIS did to them. They came out the blue and attacked them again because there's different factions of Islam, and ISIS is in a very extremist faction, and they believe the other group is a heresy. So they're going and declaring holy war against them for not being true Muslims. Iran has also come under attack by ISIS and its affiliates several times in the past decade. Iran's most prominent exiled opposition group, the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, which Tehran accuses Saudi Arabia of backing, but the organization is not known to have committed these attacks inside Iran in years, and Saudi Arabia relationship with Iran has improved significantly since last year. Ali Vaiyaz, a senior advisor, International Crisis Group, a Brussels-based think tank, wrote on X, if Israel was behind the attack, it would be part of a campaign of maximum provocation to promote Iran into committing a mistake that it would justify expanding the war with Hamas and dragging the U.S. in. But he added that the attack didn't bear the hallmarks of an Israeli operation, but rather those of Israeli Balochi separatists. So, chat, we see this conflict with the tensions rising in the Middle East. We see these attacks going on with these people in Iran, and they don't know who did it. And then they figured out who did it. They thought it was Israel. So tensions right now are getting... So 2024 is already starting off to be very interesting with the Epstein files and this situation in Iran. Past attacks that Iran has blamed on Israel have typically targeted individuals rather than a larger group of people or facilities tied to the regime's nuclear program. Several nuclear scientists have died in targeted killings over the past decade. Mohsin Fakhrizadeh, Iran's chief nuclear scientist was one of the highest profile officials to be killed in 2020. In 2021, Iran reported blackout in the Natanz nuclear facility where uranium enrichment takes place and blamed it on Israel. Israel neither confirmed nor denied the involvement in either attack. A senior White House official told reports Wednesday that the blasts looked like a attack that ISIS would do. The official added that attacks are the type of thing we've seen ISIS do in the past, and that is our going assumption of the moment. ISIS and Khorasan group, a branch of ISIS in Afghanistan, have history of terrorist attacks in Iran, and they tend to try to inflict higher civilian casualties, said Sanam Vakil, deputy head of Middle East Northern African Program, Chatham House think tank, London. Here's just some pictures. Your discretion is advised. All this, yeah. Where does this fit in the regional situation? The blast in Kerman occurred amid heightened tensions in the region as Israel fights a 3-month war against Hamas in Gaza, promoted by militant groups October 7th, the attack on Israel. That war has led to the skirmishes between Israel and Gaza, often Akron, Israel. That war has led skirmishes beyond Israel and Gaza, often involving Iran-backed militias. Yeah, Copperfield allegedly did it. Yeah, Copperfield's behind all this. Right? In Lebanon, a senior Hamas leader was killed on Tuesday in suburb of Beirut in a blast that U.S. official told CNN was carried out by Israel. Israel hasn't confirmed nor denied involvement, but Hamas and Iran-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah, which controls the suburb, blamed Israel, and both have vowed revenge. In Syria, Iran and several of its armed proxies accused Israel last week assassinating exactly, Essie. It's hilarious. In Syria, Iran and several of its armed proxies accused Israel last week of assassinating senior Iran commander Syed Razi, vowing retaliation. Israel did not comment on the matter. Israel accuses Ziharan of funding and arming Hamas. Israel Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said last month that his country is in a multi-arena war, being attacked from several arenas, including Iran. We have already responded to acted in 6 of these decrees, he said. In Iraq, commander of a group in Iran backed by Popular Mobilization Front, PMF, was killed on Thursday in an unidentified strike on base at East Baghdad, a source with PMF told CNN. Mushtaq Talib al-Sadi, the commander also known as Abu Taqwa, was killed after his vehicle was targeted as he was entering a logistical support headquarters of Harakat al-Nujaba, an Iran proxy operating in Iraq, Syria, and PMF source said. His assistant, Abu Sajjad, was also killed in the attack. Funny, Anthony. A U.S. official told CNN that the U.S. had targeted a member of Harakat al-Nujaba. The official said the U.S. has been watching the individual for some time before the strike and that had U.S. blood on hands. How is Iran likely to respond? Anger was already shimmering in Iran over the killing of Mossavi. The Kerman attack adds to the Iranian government's embarrassment, showing that only is unable to keep alive some of its top officials, but it also can't prevent attacks on home soil. The regime may now be under increased pressure internally to push the perpetrators. On Thursday, a billboard was unveiled on Tehran's main square with words, "Strong answer, God willing," apparently calling the government to respond harshly to Kerman attack. Tehran had blamed Israel for the attack, but it's unclear what callous is now that ISIS has claimed responsibility. Iran has reportedly plotted to kill Israelis in Europe and in Asia recent years in effort to avenge Israelis' alleged operations against it, but it had failed. Right-wing critics of Iranian government deem those attempts as insufficient retaliation for the killing of senior Iranian officials. Mohammed Mazari wrote the paper published by Stim Isan Center, a Washington, D.C. think tank. Iranian officials are confused and divided regarding the appropriate method of exacting revenge. Mazari wrote ahead the killing of Mossavi, their relative in action is in line with police of strategic patience that seeks to avoid direct confrontation with the U.S. or Israel. So it looks like they're all over the place. I agree, Mary. Iran always has all these problems. And basically, they don't want a direct war. Maybe they're trying to get them into a war. And ISIS is taking this opportunity to cause confusion and attack them. Iran is an awkward position, said Vakali, pointing the finger at terror groups will provide Iran with a way out of this pressure. She said it can blame Israel and U.S. for stoking regional unrest, but blame ICE to avoid taking action. Barbara Slavine, a fellow Stimson center, told CNN's Becky Anderson on Wednesday that Iran hasn't been retaliating to attacks against its timely fashion, which raises the question whether there's concern about international stability in the country. In the late 2022, Iran was rocked by some of the biggest protests since Islamic Revolution in 1979, promoted by the death of young women at the hands of the country's so-called morality police. Those protests were brutally crushed. All in all, the Kerman attack has once again highlighted Iran's vulnerability and the government's failure to provide security. Vaiz wrote on X, while the security forces seem adept harassing women not wearing a hijab, they fail to save their lives and protect them against terrorism. So that is the situation going on in Iran. Anthony says Iran from Iraq. What? With some pictures. Viewer discretion advised, possibly. So we have that. And we have China being diplomatic. He put Iran celebrating their Iranness. It's like the buildings and stuff look like they're still in the 1970s or 80s. Chat's on fire tonight. Chat's hilarious. The buildings look like they're from the 70s or 60s. 80s, 90s too. I mean, they don't really look like... Chat, look at these cars. What are those? What are those? I know it's a horrible explosion that happened. I'm not talking the explosion. I'm talking about the cars. They're so outdated. Really? What are those? What are those? And we have right here, Copperfield is right here. This is Copperfield. Right. So, hey Casimirio, glad that you're able to come. And Casimirio says 80s, 2000 vehicles. I agree. To me, yeah, they'd be like really early 2000s. Because like in 2001, 3, they're a little bit more advanced looking than this. But yeah, that's true. So basically, Casimirio, we're talking about how the Epstein files and all the different things that were transpiring and how not everybody that was mentioned was necessarily into something nefarious. but there are people that were involved with him that Epstein was probably deleted because of the things he knew. And we were talking about that and Prince Andrew, how the King of England's going to evict him, but we don't know if any legal action will be taken towards the people that did all this stuff. And also, we're talking about a terrorist attack that happened in Iran by ISIS, and I was just kind of ranting about these vehicles being a little bit outdated. But yeah, 2000s, 80s. Casimiro says there's 286 names from a list he saw. Yeah? Yeah, that's a lot of people. A lot of people. Like, say, Epstein was saying he talked to Leonardo DiCaprio or Cameron Diaz, and their spokespeople denied that they talked to them. But if someone, like, talked to them or was associated with them, it doesn't mean they're doing anything nefarious. It just, he was a financer, and the different billionaires know each other. Like, I know other YouTubers. It doesn't mean that I'm directly involved with their personal life or things they're doing. So, like, Michael Jackson was mentioned and things like that. But, Bill Clinton, of course, he's seemed to have done some things that were nefarious. But, is anything going to really, in my opinion, anything going to come out about, like, are they going to be prosecuted? Doesn't really seem like it. And also, yes, yes. And, like, people were mentioned, but they didn't necessarily do something bad. And, like, I've not heard about Bill Gates, but I'm sure he's there. Like, Stephen Hawking was mentioned. And I want to look through the documents. I want to, for myself, and see, like, what's going on with that. Right, Casimiro. Right. Like, Cuba has cars from the 50s. And you have these. Yeah, so to me it seems like kind of like Iran's like in another time period. But they have cars from the 2000s. Like, he was right. I didn't think he was wrong, but like that's a car that's like from the 2000s, and then some from like the 90s, 80s, and stuff. Oh, Casimiro's. They went and censored him. Yeah, see, people, yeah, they don't like hearing the truth. It's unfortunate. Like, my opinion, I don't think Epstein deleted himself. In my opinion, and the terrorist attack was tragic that happened in Iran. All right. Some, it's from the explosion, and that's a Peugeot. It's a French car that they only sell them in Europe and Asia. They don't sell them over in America. But yeah, that's from the attack. Graphic imagery. Peugeot. Yeah, so this is a Peugeot. It's a luxury car. It's a French luxury car, and they don't sell them here in the United States, as far as I know. And move this over a little bit. My uncle in England has one of these. Well, it's a convertible one. It looks like that. That's what his looks like. Yeah, so this is a cool car. The Peugeot was one of a number of European brands that pulled out the American marketing due to severe industrial downturn in the early 1990s. A list that included the Fiat before it brought Chrysler and French rival Peugeot. And let's see inside. So we have, this car, but yeah, so basically with the Epstein thing, it's like there's politicians, scientists, people from all walks of life that are on the list. It's not a list that people, would like to be on. And I would like to see it being more investigated further, and I will look into the documents myself. And I think it's just creepy and atrocious for the people that did do wrong. And those that are innocent, they're like off the hook. All right. Okay. So third batch of Epstein documents unsealed. So they're still unsealing the documents. Let's see if anything new comes from this. I may have read this already. I read that one earlier. Yeah. So like Maxwell, like the thing about her is like she keeps on like proclaiming her innocence and that she didn't do anything wrong. Things like that. Epstein was a financier, and it's good that the King of England is putting that out. That he's putting him out. And it's like, chat, do you all think that this will lead to any criminal prosecutions of anybody in the future? Yes or no? We're interested to see what y'all think about that. And Casimiro, if there's anything you learned about the Epstein stuff, any more that you learned, feel free to share it with us. And these actors and actresses have denied involvement or like communication with Epstein. And also we have, yeah, so the thing about Epstein, it's like what Anthony's saying, the guard fell asleep, the the cameras glitched right at that moment, really just conveniently, like just to say for whatever. That's so convenient that he was being watched and he deleted himself allegedly, but in my opinion, he did not delete himself. He certainly was killed off because they didn't want him exposing the people that he was going to expose. And it looks like Tom Hanks must be involved in this too. Yeah, Copperfield, yeah, he did all of that. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, in my opinion. I'm glad that all of you are here, engaging with the stream. All those are watching, listening, whatever. Even those that are not chatting. I'm thankful for all of you. Check something real quick. SE said, spoiler alert, he used a curtain. Yeah. So, we got to that, and we talked about the Epstein stuff. And as time goes on, I'll do more streams and videos about the situation. And also, Japan had a plane crash. Yeah, so recently Japan had a tsunami, and now they also had this plane crash, and everybody seems to have survived. Japan airline jet burst into flames after collision with earthquake relief plan at Tokyo Airport. Haneda Airport. Five people were killed when a Japan airline. I thought they survived, so this must be another one, or I got information mixed up. Five people were killed when a Japan airline plane carrying hundreds of passengers collided with an earthquake relief aircraft and burst into flames and landing at Tokyo's Haneda Airport Tuesday. All 379 people on the JL flight, 516 included 8 children under the age of 2, were safely evacuated from passenger plane, according to the airline. But there were fatalities on the second aircraft operated by Japan Coast Guard. And SC says, yeah, the Epstein story is crazy. No one else gets in trouble, though. Nothing. See here, it's sad. I agree. Anthony says, saw that collision when it happened, and all the people got off the plane, and 5 of the 6 Coast Guards were killed. Okay, Anthony, thank you. That's really tragic, unfortunately. The Airbus A350-900 aircraft ignited after flying into Haneda from the northern Japanese city of Sapporo at 5:46 p.m. local time, 3:46 a.m. ET. Video showed a huge fireball erupt as plane ignited, leaving fiery trail down a runway. 5 crew members died on the second aircraft, a D. Hal Iveland, Canada, DHC-8, according to Japan's Transport Minister Tetsu Sato. Public broadcaster NKH said the plane's captain was in crucial condition. Japan Airlines said 4 of its passengers were taken to hospitals, but the airline has not received any additional reports of injuries. The airline's senior vice president, nor Ikuai Aokai, said in a press conference Tuesday evening. Wow. So they have one that survived, and this one they didn't do as well. Wow. That's a really traumatic plane crash right there. Japan Airlines is taking part in an investigation to determine who is responsible for the deadly crash. Its senior vice president of corporate safety and security, Tad Ayuki Isumi, no, told reporters. Probably Sasumi, rather. Told reporters the French aviation agency is also sending its own investigators to Tokyo to probe the collision as part of the investigation team opened by Japan Transport Safety Board. It said in the statement. In a later statement, Japan Airlines said its crew had been cleared to land by air traffic control before the collision. Audio from liveatc.net appears to detail the crew reading back a clearance order for runway 34 saying cleared to land 34 right. Quote, according to interviewers with the operating crew, they acknowledged and reported the landing permissions from air traffic control and then proceeded with the approach and landing procedures, Japan Airlines said. The statement said that after landing, the Japan Airlines Airbus A350 collided with a Japan Coast Guard aircraft and caught fire. After the blaze broke out, the plane was seen as a standstill with people using emergency sides slides to flee the inferno as firefighters tried to battle growing flames. More than 100 fire trucks were dispatched in response to the accident, NHK reports. Yeah, this is another one. You can see the fire. Wow. And stranded, she was not in this part of Japan where the earthquake happened. She was more inland, and she felt some of the vibrations from the earthquake, but it wasn't really bad where she was. Thank God. Big Bang. Guy Mastere, originally from France, was on board an adjacent plane at the time of the accident on Tuesday and describes hearing a big bang. I was hoping everyone was going to be safe, Mastere, who had been visiting Japan from Philadelphia, told CNN, adding that it was shocking to see. I was in another plane in the window seat. We were getting ready to take off and we heard a big bang. We looked out our windows and saw a huge trail of flames running down the runway. Flames got higher and higher. Then we saw fire trucks go by the runway. Mika Yamuke had been on her way to the airport to meet her husband, who was on board the JAL plane when news of the accident broke. I didn't realize, quote, I didn't realize it was such a big incident until I saw images on the news, she told CNN. At first, it was just reports of smoke, but then I saw images of flames and I felt more worried. I only realized my husband was on the plane when he called me. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Wow. This happened Tuesday, January 2nd. He called me from inside and told me he saw smoke coming out. I was relieved that he was safe. He just came out of his mobile phone. He told he had to leave everything else behind. Mika's husband, Satoshi Yamuke, told CNN when the flight landed he initially didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. We landed normally, didn't feel shock or anything, Yamuke told CNN at Haneda Airport after he was evacuated from the crash. He added he saw a fire shortly before an announcement was made, evacuate the plane. But then we saw fire coming out of the engines, and I found it strange, just as I was thinking why the fire was burning for so long. An announcement came, and we said probably hit something or runway. We have now evacuated the plane. Yamuke said we could smell some smoke, but passengers were not panicking a lot. How large is the Airbus A350-900? The aircraft that ignited at Tokyo's Haneda Airport after collision with another plane was carrying a total of 367 passengers plus 12 crew members, according to Japan Airlines. 5 people on the Japan Coast Guard plane died, and 17 passengers on the commercial plane were injured. He said he was not really scared. Since we have landed already, I was thinking the plane probably won't explode by this point. We should be fine as long as everyone gets off the plane in an orderly manner. A Japan Coast Guard spokesman told CNN that its aircraft had been headed from Haneda Airport to Airbus in Niigata Prefecture to help with the relief efforts following a 7.5 magnitude earthquake on Monday. Flight 516 had been heading inbound to Haneda from Sapporo's new Chichose Airport in Hokkaido Prefecture. The airline said it was carrying a total of 367 passengers, including 8 infants, plus 12 crew members. The majority of departures from Haneda Airport are now cancelled, as it's unclear when the flight services will resume, NHK reports. Yeah, so it's really tragic, you know. But I'm glad that people were able to survive it, though, at least. Especially the other one that Anthony's talking about. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. It looks devastating. Yeah, well, God bless those people. I'm glad that those people were able to get out of there successfully and be able to live. Hello, Sarah. We were just. I just finished talking about this disaster, and I was thinking about you while I was doing it. I even mentioned you, so I'm glad that you eventually came. There you are. Yeah. Yes, sir. I agree. Well, that's good you just got home. That's good. Yeah, so this thing, it's incredible, this crash. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Well, that's good, Sarah. Thank you for doing that. Shout out to Sarah here, there, everybody in chat. Thankful for everybody that's participating and engaging in the content. We had some very interesting discussions tonight. I'm not ending it right now. I'm just saying in general. I'm glad for the. This was a great stream. And Anthony, I'm glad that you also are stayed along for a while and with the stream. This late or this early morning special. Checks door toothpicks in Anthony's eyes. Yeah. And you see, this is another site. Japan fire. A family still in shock after evacuating a burning aircraft. Synchronicity, chat. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Sarah. It's my pleasure to do all this. I'm glad to provide you all with great news content. SE said, I don't know what is just lately been getting tired around this time. Usually I could stay up all night. Just getting tired lately. Yeah. SC and all of you people. Now our fellow aliens, other subscribers that would come to like the earlier streams or can't come here, shout out to them, okay? Not against them at all. And I will say, like, you all that were able to stay up with me and engage, and those that are watching that aren't commenting, that's really, incredible that y'all, like, stayed up this late to see me. And y'all are in different time zones, too. Like, SC's, it's like 3 o'clock. It's like nearly 4 o'clock where SC is. And also Anthony, too, I think. And so I really appreciate it. And I remember, like, the first stream I did late at night, all these people, like, I had the StreamYard out, and people were like, I'm like, wow, these people, like, stayed up to chill with me. Which I know people would, of course, but it's also cool to see it happen. You're welcome, SC. I'm glad that you think the subjects are interesting, too. Sarah says, Alien, I have a link to the inside of the JL someone filmed 8 minutes of Japan was still translating. We'll send this week. Well, thank you. I'll look forward to seeing that video. And also, I'm about to rant about corn. I'll make a video about it too. I ranted about it earlier, but we're going to rant about it again. Alright. So, we're going to do something right now. Alright? We're going to play a game and we're going to go and learn some new things. Watch this, chat. Field corn versus sweet corn. Field corn kernels are more spaced out on the cob, look dry and dented compared to sweet corn's plump, juicy kernels. Sweet corn is harvested when kernels are in their prime, fully developed and sweet. Let's see, you got this right. Field corn can grow to be 7 to 10 feet tall. Sweet corn is normally around 2 feet shorter than that. So the sweet corn is shorter than the other corn. So the reason why my corn was coming out shorter, because it naturally was born that way. It was designed by God for it to be shorter. And the field corn is those giant stalks that you see. So, because I had these giant stalks in my yard in the summer, these giant plants that will grow. It's called ragweed. And also the sunflowers I've grown up, and they grow up to the sky. So my plants can grow very tall. It just is in its genetics. As I was wondering the same question, like, why was my corn so short? It's because the sweet corn, the kind of corn you eat, like in your garden, is a shorter variation than the other type. The field corn is not as sweet. It needs to be processed and stuff, like canned food or for cattle and stuff, or feed. So you wouldn't eat the giant big corn because it's not as sweet. It's kind of bitter. But this is the kind of corn that you eat. And also we have also known as yellow or field corn, shouldn't be eaten raw. So this big corn that you see, those big corn stalks, you shouldn't even eat those raw. This variety is actually one of the most common and versatile ones. Nevertheless, it is not the corn that you would enjoy raw. The kind of corn that I grow, you can eat it raw, and it's sweet and nice. Or you could cook it. Like, I would take it out the freezer and just put it under some hot water and eat it, and it's nice and like ice cream in the summer. Or you could cook it, or you could eat it raw. The sweet corn, but the giant tall corn, that corn you don't eat raw. So the type of corn, the field corn, is not to eat raw. So Sarah, I'll explain in a moment what I mean. Common and versatile ones. Nevertheless, it is not the corn you would enjoy raw. This corn contains a lot of starch, so the taste isn't pleasant and you might have trouble digesting it. People don't eat field corn directly from the field because it's hard and certainly not sweet. Instead, field corn must go through. No, I'm sure the kind of corn you ate was okay. I'm ranting about, like, people are like, my corn is so short. What's wrong with that corn? And I'm not mad at anybody, but the reason why it's so short, and I was wondering myself, like, was it because of the terrain or something? But no, it's shorter because it's just a shorter variation, because it's sweet corn you eat in a survival garden. So I could eat it out in my freezer and have it rather than having it processed. So the farmers, they grow crops for, like I want to go grow a crop to make some money, and they go and sell it, and it gets processed. So the kind of corn that you eat in the garden is smaller, and I'm about to show some more examples. I know, chat, I'm being brutal. People don't eat field corn directly from the field because it's hard and certainly not sweet. Instead, field corn must go through a mill to be converted into food products and ingredients like corn syrup, corn flakes, yellow corn chips, and corn starch or corn flour. It's the corn they feed the animals and the corn that they feed the people, but it has to be processed. No, Sarah, you can eat corn raw as long as it's sweet corn. Sweet corn. Sweet corn. But look, Sarah, watch this. Yes, it is safe to eat corn raw. And just make sure you are picking the freshest possible corn. Rub some olive oil, lemon, and some salt on it, and you'll have a delicious, crunchy snack. You can cut them in the kernels directly off the cob in salads and soups. And here, I'll show you some examples. Like, we're going to go look at sweet corn. Look, see, chat? And I'm making a dramatic effect. You see, that's the kind of corn that I grow in my garden. See how it's shorter? A shorter plant? I think I want to do something. Probably in a moment. I want to do show and tell again. You see? See, it's so my corn is a different variation. Comfort. You see? And then we're going to go to field corn. Essie's hilarious. See, look, field corn. You know, these giant big corn stalks you have on the farm. She says, alien, people grow corn in pots outside of homes here. Shout out the corn. Uh-oh. Look. Field corn, sweet corn, and popcorn. Right, sweet corn, the one in the middle. See, look. See, field versus sweet corn. Shucked. And you have these different corns. And sweet corn, you eat it like that. And the field corn, you don't eat it like that. See, sweet corn's ready to harvest. Field corn stalk. And also another thing about field corn, it's harvested in October, while the other one's harvested sooner. That's why you see my corn was harvested sooner, and the other one was harvested later, in October, during harvest season. Yeah. Oh yeah, SC. I remember that. SC says, "Remember the alien signs in corn? I think they're trying to tell us something." Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. He says he always stalks his corn. Yeah, crop circles. Field corn is harvested between August and October in the northern hemisphere. It takes 55 to 65 days. Sweet corn grilled. See, that's like the corn I have when it's grilled. And let's see, I still have some. Let's go bring some out. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna switch the window. You see, this is some that I grew from last year. Not last year, but a couple of months ago. It's very good. Sarah, that was sweet corn. It's sweet corn. Y'all are funny. Chat's on fire tonight. Thanks, Sarah. I have a couple of them. All right. Welcome. Yeah, so that's really good. Really good corn. Okay, Sarah, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting us know about that. I'll show you some other things that I grew that I have in storage. I'll do that right now. All right. So, Sarah says there's a guy with a push cart selling grilled potatoes and corncob grilled over stores, plays a song, so you know that's he's coming seasonal. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting us know. All right, these are lima beans. This whole bag. I've been harvesting them, and I harvested them recently, and I'm also having a gardening update coming out. That'll be the next video. And also, these are the peppers that I dried out. Let's see how it comes out. I don't know how well y'all could see that, but yeah, these are the peppers. Dried out peppers. In this bag. We'll be right back. But yeah, peppers are great. Yeah. And I'm going to grow another variant of pepper that I have that I lost because of a freeze the year before, like a couple of months before I like met some of y'all many years ago. And there's these long Asian peppers, and I was unable to salvage it. But these other pepper plants are in a pot, so I bring them in. But they're like smaller variant, So I want to grow the larger variant also this coming season. I'm getting my seeds ready for the coming season, and I also have turnips that are almost ready, that are going to be ready uh, at some point to harvest. Sarah says the SC something against my lion beans. Yeah, shout out to the Dalmatians. Right, and you told me about the Japanese turnip. It was pretty cool. So basically, I like doing that, and sometimes the freezes, sometimes things were able to completely grow, like some trees and stuff. But there's different ways to work around these things, of course, with potted plants. Oh yes, and I'll go put this on Google about what she's talking about. The show chat what she's talking about here. This is a Japanese type turnip that's grown over in Asia, and it's used in like miso soup and stuff and a lot of Japanese dishes. Really cool. Yeah, you never knew it could be a thing. Yeah. One time, one of my neighbors gave me a whole bag of bananas. They got. They're very good. Yeah, I like that. I've eaten it before. Very good. Um, yeah, so I'll definitely get those seeds. Yeah, carrots good too. Look at carrots. Bugs Bunny. Yeah, shout out to the garden. And I'm part Irish, and I remember they like potatoes in Ireland. One time there was a famine, so it was because of, I feel in my opinion, it was because of their own government doing that to them, and they didn't rotate the crops right. But like basically, potatoes is something else I'd like to grow and correct the mistakes of some of my ancestors. You got something new? Let's see what this is about. Yeah, busy garden alien. Yes. I got something interesting from Twitter. It's just in, and this was at 1 p.m. New Epstein document drop reveals that Jeffrey Epstein thought of going on himself like he thought of eating 3 times a day. According to Epstein victim Joanna Stoberg, Epstein needed to have 3 self-pleasuring things a day. He explained to her, in his opinion, he needed to have 3 of them a day. It was biological, like eating. Yeah, this is totally cringe. Yes, and trigger warning for chat. If your discretion is advised, as always. Also, I've grown broccoli. That's also very good. Yeah, broccoli screaming. And we have. See, there's wild corn. Interesting thing about corn, it like came from like a small little plant, and then they bred it to be like it is now. American corn resurfaces with the potential of wild varieties. So that's like a wild corn. Okay, Anthony. Thank you for coming. And good night. Good morning. I know this is late for you. Sarah, you did fine. It was entertaining what you're saying. You see like the evolution of corn and how it like was bred into what it is now. Thank you, Anthony. Glad that you like it. Well, Sarah, what I mean by that is it's like they bred the corn and I'm using that as like a form of expression that they bred the corn. It was a tiny little thing like this, and then they bred the corn to get the people, the Indians, Native Americans, whatever people want to call them. They bred the corn to get it to the way it is now, because it was originally like a tiny little speck like this, and then it became like that later. The bigger kernels. It didn't happen on its own. Humans did it. Oh, you recall me teaching that before. All right. Yeah. And these kind of corns are like the ones the natives like to grow. It's like kind of like Halloween corn. All right, Sarah. Nice. I understand. United States, the flint corn cultivators have large proportions of kernels with hues outside yellow range, are primarily used as ornamentally as part of Thanksgiving decorations. They are often called ornamental corn or Indian corn, although each of them names meanings as well. And it also says, but it can be eaten and might even be pretty good if you first soak the kernels in water mixed with something alkaline, like lime or calcium hydroxide, is traditional ashes even more so. Colored corn, edible. The rainbow corn looks gorgeous, but don't expect to use it like regular sweet corn. This type of corn has hard outer shell, so you won't be able to bite into it easily. However, rainbow corn is perfectly for making homemade popcorn or drying and using it as fall decor. And is it safe to eat ornamental corn? Ornamental corn is some varieties are edible and can be grown down to cornmeal or flour, hamid Italy polta, or popped popcorn. All right, Anthony, peace. Oh, I agree. It's they are amazing. It's one of the three types that was cultivated by Native Americans in the northern part of the U.S. as a staple of food. Has very low water content and very hard outer layer. The kernel's given the common name flint, like in stone. Oh yeah, that's nice, Sarah. Facts. Yeah, longer storage time. Yep, I agree. In around 80 to 100 days, it'll be time to harvest your corn. With most sweet corn, you want to harvest when the ground silk turns brown. Indian corn is for decoration, so you want it to dry first. So harvest the Indian corn. SC says a fun fact. So the Native Americans used the grind corn and break it down, make it into flour. That way it could be digested better. Fun fact. Thanks, SC, for the fun fact. I meant cornmeal. Yeah, so this is the cornmeal battered catfish. So good. Yeah, and shout out to SC. He said make chicken strips with cornmeal. SC is very good with cooking. He's very skilled with that. He's like a chef. He has excellent food. Yeah, it's very good food. Excellent. Oh yeah, he does like cooking. She said they might be potting corn for looks here. Then I didn't think of that. Outside, always potted flowers, etc. Well, thanks for sharing with that with us, Sarah. Grilled Japanese street food. I've tried this before. This Japanese type food. Japanese corn. Oh yeah, shout out to SE, and I agree. I would like to join that and eat his food. Yeah, that'd be great. I like that a lot. And also, I'm just very blessed to have all of you. Yeah. Oh, Sarah, bring the guitar. Facts. SC says, I just wish all of us weren't so spread out all over. It's a big world. Maybe one day, though, you never know. Yeah, SC, I believe that one day we'll all have a time like that. I believe it'll happen. I don't know how, but it'll happen. And, like, when it will be. And, like, but at the same time, I think at the same time, it's cool that all of us, like, know each other and, like, connect all over the world like this. Like, how many people y'all knew from school or whatever were able to connect with all these people like that? Like, the fact that we're all together and could do that in itself is a great accomplishment. Because in a natural, we wouldn't have really known each other in a natural. But because of this technology and God's will, we met each other. We met each other. And Sarah says, yes, grilled corn during festivals. I know at the Vietnamese festivals they have, like, around the Asian New Year, they have the grilled corn. It's really good. Onions. Make cornfield in the sky. Yeah, right on, Essie. And also, basically, we have onions. They look like radishes, actually. Oh yeah, I love cooking with onions also. Onions are very good. They also look like turnips. I think that's what I meant to say also. They look like turnips. Those white onions are really good. In my yard, there's wild onions I grow. Almost any onion can be red you find. Oh, interesting. I know that. Yeah, yeah, that's another one. Okay, I see. Thanks for letting me know about that. I didn't even know they're edible. I thought they could have been edible, but I was like, it's like a gray area. Thanks. Thanks, Sarah. Wild onions and wild garlic look extremely similar and different, mainly by their stems. Wild garlic has round, hollow stem. Wild onions have flat, solid stem. Both are edible and can identify easily by their pungent garlic or onion smell when picked. And Sarah, on the next one, on the next stream, we'll talk about more things of Asia. And we'll do that throughout the year. Okay, Essie. Peace. Well, Essie, brother, thank you so much for staying as long as you did. Like right by the end of the show. And have a great night and a blessed weekend. Yes, Sarah. Yes. You know, the Japanese food over here is priced cheaper than like Popeyes. Popeyes is good too. Popeyes is good, but it's interesting. You would think the Japanese food would be more expensive. It's 333 right now, chat, where I am. Synchronicity. Yeah, you can have a good chat with me soon. Great. And there's Mary Chetri. All right, let's see what Neuroplan is. So garlic chives or nira resemble long green blades, grass, and carry a faint aroma of garlic. They are a popular ingredient in Japanese and Chinese cuisine, adding taste similar to garlic without overpowering flavors. The kind in America is a different type of garlic. Now, okay, she's saying our backyard in the Midwest had nira, but mom always pulled and tossed. So garlic chives. Oh, so I want to make myself clear. Garlic chives or nira resemble long blades of grass that carry faint aroma of garlic. They're a popular ingredient in Japanese and Chinese cuisine, adding to taste similar to fresh garlic without overpowering other flavors. Kochi is Japan's largest producer of garlic chives, thanks to warm and mild climate. Yeah, it's like a chive. You're welcome, Sarah. If the leaves originate from the crown of the plant and are round with hollow centers, then it's alum, chives. If the plant has a visible stem with leaves originating from the stem, it's garlic. So there's a difference between chives and garlic. Both plants grow in grass like clumps, but while the common chive foliage is a tube shaped grass green, a garlic chive is flat blue green blade, and its flower is more garlicky than oniony, though not as strong or harsh as raw clove or real garlic. Right. Sure, yes. Yes, I'll definitely grow some. I'll add this to the list of things to grow. I'm about to order the seeds really soon, like within a few days. I'm about to order all the seeds and get some things done. Facts. Yeah, facts. And also, I'm coming out with a new garden update. I'm excited for this new season of gardening. I'm about to add some new things. And also, I like doing the different farming things as well. I like, chickens and stuff and ducks. I like that stuff too. Thank you, Sarah. I'm glad that you enjoy it. And also, you're welcome at the same time. It's very windy right now. But yeah, I have people already that garden because of me. And that's very inspirational. And I also like the wine making. I'm into that too from someone I knew from when I was little from over in Portugal. That was pretty cool too. So I have a bunch of different ambitions I'm doing. So yeah, I like the chives. That's pretty cool. And also, I think that'll be nice as well. Let's see some more pictures of these things. You keep away vampires like me. Just joking. Yeah, food and spirits for the ship. Yeah, Sarah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Down in New Orleans, there's this drink, a praline drink. It's a southern drink, and I had that for New Year's. Nice. And also we have these grapes and very good grapes. Yeah, I always like plants. They're so interesting. I remember catnip when I was in Kentucky. I remember they had this catnip just chilling there, and it's like the colonists used to use that for medicine. And all those that are like here, like tuning in, we're just kind of chilling, talking about gardening stuff. Also, I've grown cotton plants before. Those are really good. Those are really cool looking. That's not what I meant to say. I said cotton. Yeah, and they take a little while to grow, so it's good to start early. Right now, it's a little bit too cold, but like as this we get closer to spring, it'll be nice. And I don't smoke, but one time I grew like a tobacco plant. I learned about that. That one was really it's different to sprout that than to sprout a regular plant. So all that was really interesting. I'm thankful for the experiences that I've had with it, different plants and stuff. I don't think so. I don't think so, Sarah, but I could look it up to make sure if that's needed. I don't like recall that, but let's see. Yeah, I don't really think you do anything to the cotton plant except pick it. And I could be wrong, but from like from what I remember, that's what happened. And the tobacco plant, it's dangerous to touch it. Now, when I was in Kentucky and I touched a small one, nothing happened to me. But it has like it's the nicotine or some kind of poison can seep into you, so it's best to wear gloves. And I don't. It just has like a plant smell to it. Like if it dries out, this is where you would have a smell from it probably. Yeah, that's where it would come from. What you're speaking of. and I want to grow it again to see like what happened. To give you more of a. This has been a long time ago. I could give you more of an accurate depiction this time. And I remember like because I went to a Kentucky colony and I remember it, and I remember how like a dude dressed in like a red coat was so cool. And I'm glad like because my uncle in Kentucky was like, I could really do so, do this stuff with the planting, and here I am talking about plants. Yes, the plant kingdom is truly diverse and amazing. I agree. It's so cool. I got the spices. I got the different things going. I like what's going on. It's pretty cool. I've had Japanese liquor or something, kind of a Japanese drink before. It's really good. Yeah, these are the tobacco plants. They have beautiful flowers. I have not had this one before. I'll definitely try it. All right, and she said, "All right," and we're gonna go look up. All right, Umushi. No, that's not issue. Imushu. Yeah, sake. Just got asked, ever tried sake? Umushi. I know it's not how you pronounce it, but I'm just pronouncing it that way. Plum wine. Yeah, I've not had that before. Oh, Chayo brand. Okay. Yeah, that looks really cool. Meishu. Alright, thanks. Yumeishu. Yeah, so that's how you pronounce it. So I was just making up a pronunciation, not even looking at the context of the word, because I was just like skimming over it. Yeah, Yumeishu. Yeah, Yumeishu. Yeah, facts. You would be the cool Miss Era. Hello, Angry Snowman. What I'm doing is I was talking about different things with food. Well, before that, I was talking about some of the news topics, and then I was talking about the different gardening stuff I do, and now we're talking about Japanese wine and stuff. So we like completed the other stuff, and I talked about the gardening and different things like that. So good to see you, Angry Snowman. Yeah. So that sounds like a it looks pretty cool. Plum wine. Yeah. Yeah. This wine, it's a sweet wine made from the local variety of Japanese plums. It's best enjoyed very chilled or even on the rocks. Nice. Can you eat the fruit in Choyu Plum wine? This one is a Japanese standard Choye Umeshu plum wine liquor with real plum fruits at the bottom, using 100% Japanese plum fruits from Kishu Wake Ama. This is real high standard Japanese traditional. Yes. And the health benefits of it is pronunciation Yumeishu. Yumeishu contains nutrients such as iron, calcium, potassium, magnesium, magnesium, and other antioxidants. These nutrients are essential in supporting red blood cells, increase bone strength, and supports heart functionality, decrease blood pressure, and strengthens bone structure. And she says you can eat the plum always a pit though. So chew like chore and yay like yeah. Alright, thank you for the pronunciation. And I'm actually about to end it soon, but we're just kind of going. I was just talking about this for a little bit. And she says, chew, so chore, and yay like yay. Chore yay. Okay, so now she's being a little bit more talking about the pronunciation, how you explain you, ooh, like, and you. Okay, so you or you Meishu, something like that. I'll keep practicing also. Because I think wine making is interesting. So I like gardening and like food making and stuff like that. So it's something I'm interested in. Then we kind of bounce off each other's ideas. It's pretty cool. Okay, Sarah. She says going to watch from the beginning. Everyone have a good evening. We'll email some of the emails. So sorry about bad. Ooh, wait, LL. Google Translate. Yeah. So basically, now at this point, I've completed the stream. Like I've done all the topics and the subjects from before, and the little after chat we had about the gardening and the different foods and drinks and stuff. So yes, I'm thankful for everybody that came here. Passed through. Got some interesting people came through tonight. And also, now I'm about to end it. Everybody to know we had a good running time. All right. So, and then it'll be here next week. It'll be good. And I'm glad that we talked about Epstein, Prince Andrew, and the Iran, and different things like that. Okay. So here we go. All right. So thanks everyone for coming to the chat tonight, and hopefully see you all next week. And peace. Wrong one.